First of all, I want to ask you, how are you today? Are you okay? I hope you are good. There's this nice weather here in Yerevan. I really enjoy the city, and I'll definitely come at least once more. So before doing the introduction into my topic, I just want to see and check with you, are you familiar with the mobile game marketing, user acquisition, any topic of that? Because I want to try to make this presentation more for you, to try to maybe get you a good introduction with the creatives, with the key KPIs, etc. So if you are familiar into it, just raise your hand if you know what it's about. If not, then I'll give you just a short, brief intro about user acquisition and what it is. So anyone familiar with UA? So. Okay, it's good for me to know then that, because I'll try to fit it more for your needs. So what is user acquisition? It's kind of the mobile game marketing act where you promote your game through the various ad networks. You can do it mostly on the two ways. Either it's organically, which is kind of non-paid way, as I would say, and also you can do it through the paid networks. I can talk about UA for a whole day, but today we're going to talk about one, I think, really important stuff when it comes to mobile games marketing, which is kind of appealing in the gaming. When I say appealing, you probably maybe don't know what I mean on, but it's how you show up and what you should be care about. I'm talking about creatives, and today I want to share with you about my experience of the mostly overlooked mistakes that I noticed working with a small and medium-sized gaming team. So it will be also, I think, beneficial for you to understand how does this can apply for you, either if you are starting to think about this segment and how you can be ready for it. So let's go to my team today. So we will talk about creative blind spots, which are overlooked in the UX success. Before that, let me introduce myself. I talk a bit and I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ramiz. I'm coming from Belgrade, Serbia, and I'm a passionate gamer and biker who actually enjoys crafting marketing experiences for the people, for the gamers across the world. Currently, I'm working as head of user acquisition at Game Dev Consulting, and our main mission is to help small studios and bigger ones as well to grow their user base through the effective engagement and user acquisition campaigns. Additionally, we also support our clients with the ad monetization services, financial management, business development. So any kind of this aspect is something that, for example, you need for, you can always reach out to us and we can always give you some free advices, not only kind of trying to sell our services, because our main mission, as I said, is to help studios grow. Okay, so as I scratched to the surface what we're going to talk about today, let's go through the agenda. Today I want to go through the most common and overlooked mistakes done by UA teams. I explained earlier to you what is kind of user acquisition as an activity. And a quick disclaimer, this is my experience, so I'm sharing the real knowledge that I got through the 8 years in the gaming industry. And I used to work with the small and medium teams and also big UA teams. Like from, when I say small and big, I used to work with the teams that had 1-2 people in the marketing, and I used to work with the teams that had like 20 people in the company. So let's start with the first one. And I think it's really important when it comes to marketing is people usually overlook it, don't take it seriously to define the clear KPIs to measure creative success. I'll talk about each specific stuff in the moment, and for today also you will have, I think, almost 30 minutes after to ask any questions regarding this topic or any other topic regarding UA. So first thing is I notice is not defining clear KPIs. Second thing is overlooking ASO, which is kind of app store page for your game. And third thing is people, and this is something that I also kind of learned the hard way because I was in the same spot. I was skipping the gamer motivations. You need to find out like what motivates people to download and play your game. So let's go step by step. This is some KPIs that I would say most of the UA teams usually look at. And when I say by that, I mean on CPI, CTR, and IPM. I'll explain more because you're probably hearing this maybe for the first time. So CPI is cost per install, CTR is click-through rate, and IPM is installed per mile, which is kind of how much users installed on 1,000 impression shows. These metrics are actually, they're good indicators, but they are not presenting the complete image. They can just give you like one part of the image, and if you take a look and give you kind of the answer what they should be focused on, I call them impact KPIs. When I say impact KPIs, I mean on the post-install metrics like retention, ROAS, average revenue per user. Why these metrics? Because these metrics can actually show you the real success of your game, how much you retain the players within your game in the first day 1, day 7, day 30, whatever. From the second part, how, I don't know, profitable is your creative. So that's also really important. So you can maybe now in your head kind of drive conclusion that these first metrics, like pre-install, are bad metrics. No, they are not bad metrics. And retention is something that kind of you should looking for. Not exactly. Let me emphasize that a bit more. So IPM is actually a good indicator that can show you how your audience react to the ads. That's that first impression, and that's really important. And retention is a good indicator how your game is reflected to your player base. So I'll give you now one example. IPM, you can look at this. You have, for example, restaurant or boutique on the street, like you have your game showing in the millions of the people. And IPM can actually show you in this gaming world how much of the people that passing through the street is coming to your store. For example, if your store is looking, I don't know, blue, and I don't know, you can see from 1,000 of people, 8 people comes in. But if your audience and your product is maybe something different, they like more different color, and you, from 1,000 people you can get 12 people in your store. So that's kind of that first entrance point for your players when they see first interaction with your game. And for these post-install metrics like retention is how often they come to your store. You know, they can come only once. They see, okay, this is a good store, but when they come in, they see they don't have something interesting for them. So retention metric is applied for your game similarly to this, is like how people are attracted to your game and how often they will come again. I hope that I understand a bit better. So what we learned here? Here we learned that pre-install metrics can show us really one part of the funnel. So we have the funnel, and I'll try now to explain it better and talk a bit about it. So we have just here like 6, 7 steps, which are really important for you to understand how the funnel looks like when it comes to the showing your game to the audience. And as I mentioned in the intro, it's how do you appeal in front of the audience. So first touch is the player see the ad. So that's kind of the first impression. Then he needs to click on it. Then he go to the App Store and have another experience there. On the App Store, you have the additional moments, screenshots, etc. And I'll talk about them a bit later and what is some part that you should be focused on when you're building this. And step number 4 is converting. Like people decided to download your game, and ultimately step 5 is someone do some in-app action in your game. They buy some microtransaction, they buy some package, they buy some currency, or they watch the ads or whatever. So this is a really important thing I think you should have in mind when you build any kind of the marketing activities. So Now you might ask, what is the difference? And the difference, I have here three examples. Based on the pre-install metrics, for example, you would say Creative One did the best. It had the lowest CPI, highest CTR, and the highest IPM. But did she? Now, if you take a look at the overall experience and take a look at also post-Intel metrics, we can see a bit different numbers if it include the retention and, for example, if it include ROAS. We saw previously, okay, Creative One was the best performing when it comes to the price, but when it comes to the retention, how actually it's appealing to our audience, we can see that Creative 2 and 3 are actually much better because higher percentage of the numbers stay longer. They retain better. They are staying longer in our game. Also, when it comes to the ROAS, how much we invest in showing that ad to the people and how much we get back. So this is, I think, one of the most overlooked things. You need to take care of both of them in order to understand the full picture. So let's drive here like the final conclusion of this topic. I would say install metrics or pre-install metrics are really important and they shouldn't be skipped. But post-install metrics are even more important and they shouldn't be overlooked. So you need to take a look on this as a complete package in order to see to understand the complete funnel of your performance. So that will be it for the first part. Now we can move on to the second one, which is people are mostly overlooking the App Store pages in this user acquisition funnel. I showed you earlier like how the funnel looks like. Players see the ad, they click, they go to the store. But what's happening on the store? We need to remind again ourselves that App Store is that moment before they joined our game. So we need really to be careful about it and to see how we can improve those numbers, that conversion numbers. Let me show you what I mean on. For example, you have the ads, and I'll give you some examples of good performing and bad performing by my opinion and experience. You have on the one hand ad that is showing, for example, blue color background, gameplay, some mechanic, bright and vibrant color scheme. They are showing main character in the video. They are showing some social feature. You click on that ad, and then you go to the store, but on the store you see different stuff. You see different color scheme, you see no characters, you see no social features. And I'll share you some now examples for you maybe to just understand it, how this looks like when it's full funnel good aligned and how it looks like when it's not that good aligned. Let's start with the first one. So it's from the 8-ball game. Which, let me first show you the video. Okay, what did we notice here? You can see the ad is showing like some different 3D mechanics, game mechanics effects, but when you go to the App Store, you don't see that. You see a complete different image. You see like classic 8-ball pool, which is kind of green table, and you also see the icon, which is kind of 2D style, which is not kind of representing the emerging experience. Players are expecting to see, okay, I see the ad, I want to download this, but when I go to the store, I see something different. They seems to be like a bit strict when they do it like that. Okay, let's move to another example. So this is the other example of this game, which is kind of puzzle Tetris wooden. Let it finish and I'll comment after. Okay, this is very short ad, but here as well, you can see the difference, like in the ad and the App Store, which is kind of showing the whole experience for the players. On the ad, we can see that you have the gameplay in some wooden frame, while on the App Store, we can see something different. You can see that you can compete with yourself. You have some high scores. You have some neon effects around these bricks and everything. So it's really different. So that's why I'm trying to emphasize here. Now let's move to some bit better examples. And here we have phase 10. In phase 10, as you can see, the color scheme on the store and the gameplay, it's really connected. You can see the similar colors. You can see the logo presence is there. You can see the strong CTA at the end, and it's really connected. But what's also additionally good here is players see the ad, which is kind of relaxing and showing the gameplay in the right way. Then you go to the app stores, and on the app stores, you have slight extras. You can see that you have on the store ability to play it with the friends. You have, I don't know, 2 different power-ups in the game, which kind of gives an extra points to explanation of this game. And one more example, which is final one, I promise. I hope that it's not that boring, but it's really important to give you some good examples how to think about this. It's the, I would say, masterclass for Marvel, which is kind of expected to see from brand like this. Please take a look here. This is the first impression. You can see that everything is similar, but let me show you the ad and then store screenshots and everything. Okay, remember this creative because later we will talk about gamer motivations, and this is really good example for that as well. But overall, this is great example of great ASO, UA, and branding. This is pure masterclass from Alvar. You can see the logo presence and brand presence is everywhere. They have the fast-paced creative that actually shows their collective or hero games. And on the app stores, it's just follow up with a more experience of it. So I don't have anything to add except great job, Marvel, for this. And let's drive final conclusion with kind of this app store thing. What is important stuff that we learned here? Every click that happened on our creative ads is really important, and they shouldn't be overlooked. We need to make sure to capitalize all of them as much as we can. That's kind of really experience. We need to show the players the wholesome experience as one page. So that's kind of really important. And now we can move to number 3, which is creative testing, which is not something that you particularly do as a small studio when you start, but it's important for you because you want to make sure that you are not paying, I don't know, tens or $20s of dollars for the install per creative, so which is really important. And is this today, I would say, hectic UA world because it's really competitive. This is very hard to maintain. And I want to share with you today how you should approach the creative testing because I think I have some experience. In last 1 year, I did like more than 500 creative tested. So this is what I learned, and I want to share some insights for you because it will be really beneficial. First of all, just to know how hard it is how hard it is to find the new winner. So for example, you have one creative that is best performing one, and and you want now to develop one more which is also the good performing one. Chance to doing that is really small. It's less than 5%. Which can be really discouraging if you consider how much you put effort in it. You hire your artist, you work with your game designers, you are trying a lot, and chance to win the new creative is really hard. And this is some, I think, scale numbers. So how much actually you need to test creatives in order to have one new winner. Based on my experience, you need to have at least 50 creatives tested to have 2 new winners, which is kind of really discouraging, especially if you look at how much time you need to develop 50 creatives. But let me give you some tips which I learned through the process that you don't need to be desperate, because you can do some faster things to have new creative winners. So how to approach it? How to approach it? First thing is to test more creatives. No shit, Sherlock. No, I really mean it. It's kind of common, but I understand that especially small and medium-sized studios cannot do it more often. So second thing is to improve the creatives that show potential, and I'll talk a bit more about how you can do it. And third and most important thing that I also was overlooked, because I learned that I think 2 years ago when I was find out a bit more about gamer motivations, you should include gamer motivations in building the creatives. So I wouldn't speak much about that more creatives, because it's self-explaining, but how you can improve your, I would say, winning ones. So imagine you're having the legacy creative. What I mean by legacy creative? Legacy creative is one that is performing sometimes even for a year, sometimes even for a month, 2, sometimes even for, I don't know, 1 season. And you have some creative that you develop recently with your game studio or whatever, game designers, and you can see that it can be a winner, but it's still not there. You can see, for example, legacy creative has the IPM of 3.2, new potential winner has the 2.9. And some of the, I would say, game studios just throw that. They say, okay, it's not winning, let's focus on something new. Don't throw them out. You can focus on iteration of that potential winner. You should sit down with your creative team and discuss, okay, this creative was really close to be the new winner. But what is the difference compared to the legacy creative? Is it the duration? Is it the click-through action button? Is it showing at the start, at the end? How is the team? Is it the sound appealing, similar to the one or another? So you need to consider all the factors and differences, do the iterations, do another test, and potentially you will end up by having new winner who can have like 30% more better results. And if you have 30% more better results, then you will have 30% more users in your game, which can be really important for you. So that's the first thing. Don't overlook that. Improve your potential winner creatives, because it can help you a lot. And now let's talk about gamer motivations. I found 12 of gamer motivation, not by me actually. It's research done by amazing guys from Games Refinery. They done a research from 10,000 people. And you can find, I think, a lot of these reports online. There is also some Google and Meta, I don't know, reports about gamer motivations. Or if you have some connections, you can ping your representatives together. How you should use this? You should use this as an example to find one motivation or 2, at least for the start, to find what is fitting with your game. Are your players in your game looking for exploration? Are they to make social connection, to play with their friends? Are they competitive? They want some progression or expertise? Or are they someone who want to discover completely another world? They want to test something else. Are they someone that enjoys, for example, PvP? You know, they want some power or whatever. Or are there some players that they enjoy the escapism, which is kind of more, I want to join to some world which is not real, you know, I want to join in the game. So you need to find, based on your research about your players, and then apply that to the creatives. So I'll now show you some examples of these motivations and how they look like. And this can really improve your creative strategy on a whole another level, I guarantee that. Let me show you some examples. First of all, we will start with the progression. Okay, this is great example from Grand Harvest. It sounds maybe too complicated when I speak about it, you know, how to show progression, but you can see how they simple done it. You have the solitaire game, which is shown in the first place. Then you have the leveling, which can show you that you can progress. You have thousands of levels to play, which is easily to showcase in the video for just 15 seconds. And you are aiming just for that audience that is looking for that type of the game. Now let's move to the expertise and World of Tanks. Okay, you saw also in this short video how it started. It started easy to learn. So it kind of gives you the perspective that this game is really kind of easy to learn, but very hard to master. If you are looking this creative as someone who is competitive and who is trying to find the challenge, this will be really appealing for that type of the users. Like, okay, I want to be better. I want to have an expertise in this game. I want to win. This is how you aim to have those people. And thirdly, if you want to, and if you have some people that are taking away for the social connections, take a look example of Hero Wars, how they did it. So as you saw at the start, they started with the question, are you alone? You don't need to be alone. Join a guild and you can play with your friends. And at the end, even you have some gift, you have some treasure to win in this game, which really emphasize that social feature within this game. So that would be the examples, but now let me give you 10 more. This is based on my experience because I think this one I told earlier, it's important, but let me give you 10 more based on my experience. So first of all, what you should test when you consider the creatives and what are the differences. Duration. You can test the videos, as you can saw earlier on the examples, from different duration from 5 seconds to 60 seconds. If you are advertising on different networks, you will find out that the, 30-second creatives work the best. In some cases, 60-second. While, for example, if you are advertising on social media, which has the kind of shortest attention span, you should use maybe 5 to 10 seconds. Like if you're using, Reels, Stories, or TikTok ads, you need to focus on that. Then second tip I want to share is test with branding and without branding. I know that I explained earlier Marvel as a great example, but Marvel is Marvel. It's already a huge brand. And for example, if you are just starting, it might not be the case for you. So you should test it by yourself. We find, for example, for 1 hour game that without a logo and branding presence, the results were better. And we said, okay, we want a better results. At the moment, we don't care about branding and brand positioning. At number 3 tip, we have test different formats. For example, your game is landscape. But you eventually might end finding that the portrait is something that users want. If you do that creative testing, that it will make you also consider, should I make my work and game portrait available as well for them? At number 4, should you include characters? Yes or no? And additionally to the characters, I'll share you one of my experience where we tested for one main game, which main character was Turtle. And Turtle kind of is main character, and we was just focusing on building creatives around that. But we had additional characters in the game, and we never tested them out. And we decided, okay, let's test, Firefly. It's more appealing maybe to because our audience was more kind of core audience was more female. And when we included Firefly in the creative testing, it showed like 10% better result. Then we just started iterating on that one. So if you have different characters, test them all. At number 5, seasonality. Okay, I have here weird story maybe to say to you is, of course, you should test the seasonality. And when I mean seasonality, I mean like summer creatives, winter creatives, use the summer backgrounds, color bright, for the winter more maybe cold ones. But one of the weirdest thing I had in my creative testing process is sometimes, for example, winter creatives work the best at the summer, which was kind of weird because probably people wanted to have some escapism. I don't know, we didn't find the answer for that, but it's important and maybe encouraging for you to test them out. At number 6, we have minimum threshold. This is important when you approach the creative testing. How much is the minimum number before you throw out your creative? I would say, based on my experience, that number is 50. So before 50 installs, any creative is generated, don't throw them out. You need to have some, at least this is the bare minimum number that you want to have as decision maker. You don't want to make decision after, I don't know, 10 installs. Maybe it will be 10 users that are not very interested into your game. You need to have at least 50 users per creative, then compare the metrics, which I talk first, if you remember, and compare the results. At number 7, exclude the most expensive markets. I'll give you an example. Your top performing market is the United States, let's say, and you're generating 80% of the revenue. But if you approach creative testing in the United States, you will spend several thousands of dollars, which is not profitable for you. So how you can approach it? You can approach it by testing creatives in the English-speaking countries, which are similar to the, I would say, US users. So you find, for example, I don't know, Canada, you find Australia, New Zealand, you can even test, I don't know, Thailand. So you can find those countries which are very highly populated with English-speaking users, test the creatives, and then you can replicate those results in your main market. At number 8, optimization goal. This is something that I noticed working with a bit bigger clients even, because they was trying, let's say they had campaigns where they was hunting the quality users that will make the purchase, etc. And then they was testing creatives on the install base, on the volume base. And then they try to compare that. It's not the same. It's like you're comparing the person who buys an iPhone and a person who buys an Android. You know, person who buys an iPhone has different, I don't know, point of view about phones, and person who buys Android is different. So you need to find optimization goal which is kind of more appealing to your audience. At number 9 is watch time metrics. This is something that you can see because often you test the creatives on the Facebook first because it's the most easiest one for you. And there you have like watch time metrics, which is really important for your creative team. You have how much percentage of the creative is being watched, and you can like deduct every part of it and analyze which part was the good performing one. You will see, for example, that creative one is watched by 90%, like almost 8 of 15 seconds. And then you will know that actually that creative is being watched more than the other ones. Then you compare, okay, why this creative is watched more? You sit with your creative team, and then you're making the final improvements for that. And lastly, test different types of the creatives. When I say different types, I mean, as you saw earlier, I showcased only the gameplay creatives, which is kind of only showcasing the gameplay, but you have the storytelling, you have the 3D, you have the user-generated creatives, you have the gameplay creatives, which I show, you have like TV-style commercial creatives, you have a bunch of them, but I would say this comes maybe a bit later. It's not something that you will do immediately, because often this will take you more money, more budget, more time to test, and this is something that you will be probably doing when you are trying to scale. So let's drive the 3 key takeaways from my talk today, and then after I think we will have 20, 30 minutes, I don't know, for the questions, anything related to what I was talking or UA in overall. But let's drive the final conclusions here. So first one, what we talk about is don't overlook the post-install metrics. Pre-install metrics are important, but post-install metric as well. Second conclusion is you should be align your creative and app store page to talk the same language. You need to showcase your players the wholesome experience and journey from the first impression to your, I don't know, latest impression in the game. And lastly, which I encourage you to do, is to include gamer motivations in building your creatives. So that will be it for my talk, and now we can move on to the questions. So I encourage you, you can ask me anything about creatives, UA, how to start, how to launch UA activities, whatever it's related to mobile game marketing. So I don't know if someone will assist me with the mic here. I hope it will, but or you can ask. I think I can hear you really good. So don't be afraid, just ask anything. Questions? No questions? Please ask something. Yeah, sure.
Maybe I can. Thank you for the great presentation. Actually, I'm not really engaged into the gaming, but the presentation was really fruitful for us. I have one question regarding the final product. For example, when you develop a game and when you design the logo and you upload that in App Store or in Play Store, how to link the game with the reviews and stuff, so the whole work will not be like punished, and the functionality of the game is great, but maybe the design, the branding at the end is not at that level compared to the game development. So this is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the feedback and the great question. I'll give you now how you can approach this and make it as a solution. So by my experience, there is several phases before you launch your game on the app stores. First thing is, I would say, is marketability testing. So you have, for example, some idea to build third-person shooter game. Let's make an example. You will need, first of all, to go to see how the market looks like, what is around there, and how many players are playing in that category. You will find eventually that there is like 45 million of players. Then you need to see, okay, what they are doing and how we can compete with them. And then you develop eventually your game, which is kind of competing with them. And you can see in the research that you will find some markets that are appealing for your audience. To test that branding and everything is aligned with your game, you can do really easy like marketability test in top markets where players are. And you can seek for the feedback from them, you know. And then you will eventually end with having a feedback. You will have positive or negative feedback. And then before even launching the game in those markets, you will have actually the feedback to improve. Additional point, I think it's important, especially if you are building a game around some community, you know. It's always good to have that step before the game is live. You are trying to build, for example, community for indie games, where you are sharing all experience with the indie players around the world, and you are getting instant feedback even before you find the publisher and you find a place to publish your game and how to do it. And by doing and having the feedback, then you will have more time, and like really, people are the best in the giving feedback, especially when it comes to the games. If they like it, they will share it. But if they don't like it, they will eventually tell you, okay, I don't want to play this game. It's not good for me. So I think there is, yeah, as I mentioned, 2-3 parts that you can do it. And then you can approach, especially when it comes to mobile games, because it's different for the PC. For the PC, you need to prepare the project and apply it for the application, the Steam or whatever. But for mobile game, you can do soft launches. You can do only testing in few markets. You know, for example, you are certain that you have completed your product, it's localized, it has, for example, English speaking. Let's test it in a few countries and see the reviews. Then you see the reviews, then you see what you can improve, and then you are ready to go globally. I hope that I answered your questions. Great. Okay, sure.
So my question was related to the, advertisements, because there are many popular games that have gameplay that does not match the reality, and somehow many of them still are able to attract many players that invest in that game and play it regularly. So I was wondering, what is the chance that you can succeed with a false gameplay in your advertisement?
Okay, this is something I not covered, but it's really an amazing question. It's all, I don't know, all around the world people are asking about how this is possible. You know, you are showing, I was showing you the good examples, and for example, there is people in the industry that are showing just how I call it fake gameplay, you know, and also the big names are doing it. Like, I don't know, most popular one is Playrix, I would say, for the gardenscapes, etc. But I'll now try to explain why they are doing that and what's the reason behind it. And I was also doing that because when I was in the company, I wanted to test, you know, why this is working, why we are not working. Let's do some, I don't know, fake ads to show some critical stuff to see what's happening. And we was doing it for one game. And what we found out? We found out that results were better. We had the better CTRs. We had the better IPMs. And we was ultra happy about it. We said, yeah, we finally make it. Now we can scale like twice, whatever. But we overlooked, if you remember, post-install metrics. We didn't take a look even for a month. We was kind of ultra happy. Now we found the best performing creatives. But then when we did analysis after 1 month, and we saw retention is like 30% lower. Conversion rate is like 20% lower. And then we will start thinking about, okay, this create type or approach for the creatives is good to attract the attention. To people see your ad, click on the store. But when they download it and they play it, they don't resonate. And that is confirmed, and I'll tell you now how. Playrix did the same. Playrix did the same on a big scale. And Playrix and let's say Hero Wars are also doing that, but they have huge budgets. They want to compete at the bust. They want to stay at the top. They are looking to buy as cheapest as possible. But even them, they didn't do it profitably. And what they ended up, if you played Playrix game like 3 years ago and today, you will notice that they introduced mini games. Mini games which are kind of relevant to their ads, because they know if they are showing just ads which is not replicable in their game, they will lose them. They will lose that players. So even if they buy them for $2-3, they will eventually use them. So what they did introduction to the mini games which are kind of more relevant to the ads, and then gradually convert them into their game. So it's doable, but it's very tricky, because imagine yourself, you need to push your development team to introduce mini games into game, and they already built like the complete onboarding and everything. It's hard, but it's doable, and this is why people are doing it. Why audience is reacting like that, like good on that creatives, because it always drives your challenge, or I don't know, some pain you want to either click, remove, or report that ad, you know. It's that kind of three motivation that it drives. So that would be it, I think. I hope that I answered to your question. Amazing. I think we have here.
Thank you for a great talk. Our question is related to user acquisition and the networks we should use on different platforms, on Google Play, for Google Play, and for App Store. And we are a small company, indie, self-publishing, and our games have some success on Google Play, but it's always very difficult for us to promote our games on App Store. We are using Google Ads mostly, but Google Ads isn't working so well on App Store? And what would you recommend to use for App Store? Maybe Facebook or Apple Search Ads? Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback and amazing question. I'll try now to answer because scaling and testing on the App Store is really difficult today, especially you're probably aware about these privacy challenges that is happening around the iOS, and what they completely changed the way how to approach the Apple Search Ads. Back then, you could just launch the Facebook iOS campaign, it would work out. Today, that's not possible. So if you are small in the studio, as you said, and you want to go on the iOS, first and biggest, and I would say highest valuable network to go on App Store is Apple Search Ads. It's not the scalable one, but it's the most quality one. On the Apple Search Ads, as a network, you have the best chance to find the people who has the highest intention to play the games, because you're showing your ad in front of them directly. So I would say that. For the other channels, I would recommend rather, because it depends also on the budgets. You know, there are also good channels, but you cannot test them without, I would say, $500 a day, which is kind of huge budget, especially for the small companies. But if you are looking something more affordable, you can go Unity or IronSource. Unity and IronSource are also good because they are still using at this moment fingerprinting, so you will have chance to actually watch the data. If you go to the Facebook, 80–90% of the installs will not be tracked. So it will go to the organics and you will not know what's happening. If you go to the Unity or IronSource, 95% of the installs will be tracked because they are still using the fingerprinting, and Apple is still not banned it, so you can use it as analytics. And what's good there is you can, for example, in Unity, you can target certain category. So let's say your game is in the action, RPG, or whatever category, you can select only that category and show your ads in it. On the other hand, on IronSource, which is kind of maybe most transparent network, you can even tag on the publisher level. You start the campaign, let's say, with $100 daily, and you will eventually see where your impressions are coming from which apps directly. So, for example, you will see the top 10 ads that your game is being shown, and what's even better, you can bid differently for that keywords. So that's what I would recommend for the App Store. And of course, if you have any additional questions regarding that or whatever, you can feel free to ask. You're welcome. Any questions left? Please, yes, no? I think that's it then. Thank you, guys. Let me thank you once more. I hope you really enjoyed, and I'll be there whole day. After that, I have the panel where we talk about some, I would say, different challenges, how to maintain the lower CPI, etc. But if you have any questions regarding UA, you can ping me here, you can add me on LinkedIn or whatever. Just please don't hesitate. I'm always open to hear and help. So thank you once more.
Check, check. Yeah. Hello, dear audience. Well, you're about to witness one of the workshops at PowerPlay GDC. I'll be speaking English for today, and let me introduce the theme of our talk. So we'll be talking about audio to face and how it helps to generate facial animation from scratch. Well, it's not like quite related to some of the themes that you've been able to see and hear, but it's very helpful for creating large-scale games, and I'll tell you why a bit later. So let me introduce myself. My name is Alexei. I'm a deep learning research and development engineer at NVIDIA, as you can see, and I'm based in Yerevan. My primary focus and passion is artificial intelligence, and I'm proficient in this area, but not quite related to the game development. However, our product that I'm a part of is like focused on game development and helps a lot to bring it to life like faster, cheaper, and easier. So, well, you've probably all heard of AI, right? And how it helps to navigate your life, solve some of your questions. For example, typing into ChatGPT, whatever you like, getting the answers, playing with it, or using it for your job, for example. Why not? And this tool is as well just as any other AI tool is just made to make your life easier. All right, we all love cartoons. We all watch movies, we all watch animated movies, we all play games after all. And it's very crucial to get some drama into whether it's animated movie or a game. At this point I'll be talking about animated movies, but well, frankly speaking, it's almost the same as for game development. Humans love to interact with human-like creatures, and that's why we create, even for little children, we create movies, cartoons that show, for example, animals behaving like humans, speaking like humans, and we need to animate it, right? And even for games, for example, creating some other race or like some other characters that are not from our world, we still bring a lot of human shape and figure into them. As you can see here, it's Rapunzel, Tangled movie. You may clearly see the expression on her face, the movement of eyebrows, the movement of lips, and you don't even notice it, but well, it's actually a quite challenging task to make you believe she's like real. Because obviously you can see that this is an animated movie, this is not a real human being, but still you believe her performance, and in the moment you believe everything she says. You may even, and you need, by the intent of the creator, experience and feel the same things that she is trying to express. Like, you may clearly see that Chameleon in the end is doing very good at simulating an emotion, and we'll be talking about this a bit later. So, you've decided to create a game, right? Your game will be about people. So you need to have like models of people just at the beginning. Even though you are not yet thinking of animating it, you will be having people in your game, right? So you must create an avatar firstly, right? Like ordinary people, which do not work at game dev, may use some tools like Apple Avatar Creation. It's quite easy. It's basically just a library of different presets for faces, like figures of the shape. I haven't added the beard for some reason, but you may believe that after it's completed, it looks just like Tigran. And yeah, so that's like the easiest part. the easiest way to produce an avatar, but obviously you may customize it as a game developer. You will not be using Apple avatars after all the time. So how do people do this in games? Sometimes, and it's, well, I love this approach when the game developer lets you to create your own avatar. For example, Fallout 4, it's, as for me, one of the best character creation schemes there. You may basically customize it like whatever you want. You may create all like kinds of shapes and figures there. Cyberpunk is very good at it as well, even customizing some of the body features. Fallout New Vegas, which is a bit outdated now, but probably that's the first one I encountered when dealing with creating avatars and playable characters that will be then used in the game. Hogwarts Legacy is as well. Here, yeah, Cyberpunk. So we've got an avatar. What's next? We've got this static shape. It looks perfect. For example, this one I really like. He's called Mark, by the way, but he's static. We need to animate it. We need to like progress him during the game, during the movie, and he'll be talking, he'll be doing expressions, and people need to believe it. So how do large-scale industry players do this in the field? Like one of the oldest and most reliable tech there is mocap, motion capture. Basically, they put a lot of markers on the face, mount a mount-up camera on the face, and then perform some classical algorithm over it in reconstructing the face shape. Firstly, you need to create an avatar from this, but actually it's not a static avatar there, just animated. It's, you would refer to this as an animated cache, and even some features may change. For example, here you may see that sometimes her like face shape, for example, ear size changes. That's probably because of its messy animation there. It's not processed yet by 3D game developer, 3D artist, I meant. Yeah, this is The Last of Us, by the way. And yeah, they get animation from there. You need an actor for this, right? To make this kind of animation. So you have like a qualified human being who was studying for all his life to be an actor, and yeah, to just get the very basics, messy 3D animation. Then you have another qualified person who is 3D artist, who will be cleaning all the shapes, fixing ear things and other screw-ups of the game, and then you get the resulting animation. That's cool. That's perfectly fine. You only need 2 people, I believe. Some people for mocap. All right. Bam. Dubbing. You need to perform in another language. Games come out in different languages, so you need to spend money to either transform it to another language, or like make the same sequence in another language. Once again, that's like costs a ton of money. So what we are developing is audio to face. It's a tool that helps you to animate faces based on audio input. The way it works, you just record audio sequences. You may even hire a dubbing actor for this. You basically record audio sequences. You build an avatar, for example, like on the right, and then you run this through a neural network that predicts the facial shapes. All right, we've talked about Rapunzel and emotions and stuff like that, and people are emotional creatures. So for an end user or for any spectator to believe it, you need to make him emotional, right? So this is another input parameter, just like audio. but emotions. In this video, you may see the changes in emotion and how it varies the face, varies the lips, the eyebrows, and it's quite believing there. This is my favorite part. This is the part that I'm doing, the AI model itself. So I've been telling you that we've got an audio to face tool, and this tool incorporates two neural networks, two approaches. One is complementary to the other. I will be talking about audio to emotion just by now. Audio emotion is a pretty straightforward approach. We process the audio through a network that predicts emotion of a specific key frame in time. So for example, you've got an audio sequence of duration now like for 3 minutes, and for the first minute you speak with a neutral emotion. The second minute is like contains anger, and the last minute is all about amazement. So if you would like simply animate it using voice without any information on the emotion, you would get like a neutral animation. So you would need to tell the network, hey, there are these kind of emotions in the audio track, so please make sure that our avatar performs like anger, amazement, or neutral. And this network helps us to create an automated emotion keyframes from the audio, to place them there. You may tweak it in the app. I'll show you later how it works. But yeah, it will be there. You won't need to manually set up things for, like, this part is emotionless, this part is angry, and this part is amazed. So this part would be referring to audio to face network itself, the main network that predicts the facial animation. The way it works is by taking a chunk of audio, like a small window, encoding it through some number of layers, getting the hidden representation of it, attaching emotional state that we got from the first stage, from audio to emotion, or you've set up manually, attaching it to the hidden representation, and getting the neural network output, processing it some way, and getting skin pose, tongue pose, jaw pose, and eyes transform. These are things that help us to create even more believable avatars, because, well, eyes and jaw obviously move as well as your skin when you speak. For example, audio to face, just for the just because it has this like sliding window approach, it is able to give you a streaming mode in which, as you speak, the model is animated. This is like useful for demonstration mostly, but it contains some lag, a bit lag of that, because like neural networks take time to process things, as you know. And after you've animated one of the faces that are basic, that are base faces in our tool, for example, like the green one here, he's called Mark, remember? As well as Claire, that was present actually in the previous slide. This one is called Claire. You would need to transfer it to your own avatar, because, well, you won't be using our basic, because, well, that's only 2 of them for the whole gaming industry. And you need to export this to any program and to your specific face. And audio to face lets you retarget to any 3D human or human-esque face, whether realistic or stylized, whether it's, for example, different race in Warcraft or whatever. And this makes swapping characters like on the fly, whether human or animal or even chameleon. It would take just a few clicks to transfer it to another program and another face. So we've got this like raw network nice research that helps you to animate it. How do we deliver this to you? How to deliver this to gaming industry? The user must find it convenient, and as well we need rendering to like check on this, check on the results. And for this, we need an audio interface app. The way we build the app is by using Omniverse. NVIDIA Omniverse is a platform of APIs, services, like software development kits that enable developers to build, develop, design, and deploy AI-enabled tools or like some classical tools, application and services, and this is for like digitalization workflows in the industry. And applications built on Omniverse core technologies like transform 3D workflows and enable to build the apps on top of them, on top of the Omniverse. And like here, you may see that audio interface is basically a part of Omniverse. It's one of the apps that is integrated in the kit, and it's working like inside the Omniverse.
It's so dark. Where is it? I can't see it. I can't see anything. But I know it's there. Waiting.
The beige hue on the waters of the loch impressed all, including the French queen, before she heard that symphony again, just as young Arthur won.
Okay, I have a few jokes here. What do you call a fish without any eyes?
That was a good one. All right, that was the result. You may have clearly seen some of the parts of the workflow there. I'm not sure that I'll be able to show you them using a pause, but this is mostly like the main part of the interface. You've got the emotions there, the key points, the keyframes of emotions, and some post-processing tools. I'll show you the live demo of all this just in a couple of minutes. But for this point, we can look at the games that are already using it or will be using it probably. Some kind of MMORPGs need to dub every single character, and you know that MMOs have a lot of different kinds of characters, and you would not animate manually each one of them. So for this kind large scale rich with like different characters games, you need basically to automate this somehow, and the World of J Dynasty uses audio interface. For example, this is one of the games that shows how for different kind of characters, the bearded one here, the audio interface is able to animate lip movement and emotions as well. As well, we have AI game creation platform that encompasses a lot of tools and AI strategies to make the game development easier. Stalker and the Fort Solis as well. I am personally very excited about Stalker, Heart of Chernobyl, and was waiting for this game like for a couple of years, more than a couple of years now, and I'm very thrilled to have heard the rumors that it will be using audio interface. It haven't come out yet, so we're not sure whether they will incorporate the tool there, but yeah, we'll see. I believe that's it for the main part. I'll be showing you the live demo now. Yeah, this one is running here locally, and I'll be showing you some of the key features. So I've I've chosen the track here, English voicemail with a neutral emotion, and I'll be running it just now.
The beige hue on the waters of the loch impressed all, including the French queen, before she heard that symphony again, just as young Arthur wanted. The beige hue on the...
Let me toggle this off. All right, that was neutral, pretty good, right? Let's check anger.
The beige hue on the waters of...
Yeah, no, we didn't include anger emotion, and now, after toggling it,
of the loch
yeah, that's better.
including the French queen, before she heard that symphony again, just as young Arthur wanted.
But no human being is anger at like 100%. You've got a mixture of them, right? Anger and cheekiness, somehow.
The beige hue on the waters of the loch impressed...
No, that's not cheeky. Let's then use auto emotion, audio to emotion basically, to generate keyframes for this. Like in the blink of an eye, it predicted that it's 0.6 angry at this very point, and it will be changing as moving through the key points.
Pressed all, including the French queen, before she heard that symphony again, just as young Arthur wanted.
At some point, it was even like fear emotion there, and you've seen the dynamics of change there, obviously. As well, we do have streaming mode. I'm not sure that it will be using what microphone it will be using, but let me check whether... Can it run? No, it can, but yeah, that's just the microphone issues. We can even use the different voice. For example, this one is even Chinese, like the different language. We will generate emotion keyframes, obviously, and run Chinese from this.
这次奥运工程建设可以说是我们各项环保新技术应用的大全，候选尺寸也进行了缩短。
It was disgusted for a moment, I believe. But yeah, different AI models, for example, we have here two models, Mark and Claire, with different versions, and their performance in different languages, in different conditions, is different, obviously. And Claire is proficient in Chinese, so, and in multi-language translation as well, while Mark is stable and good in English. Yeah, I believe this is one of the key features here. We as well have a lot of options for post-processing, as well as manipulating skin strength, upper face strength, so we may even enforce some of the emotions here, even get a little extra with it. Yeah, and even move through keyframes. And after you've finished setting this up, you've got the animation, you may transfer it to another mesh, to another application, using this set of features, and even export this as a cache, as a weights, or as a blend shapes. So this was the quick introduction to audio interface. We've covered that the use cases of it, the ease of use it, the emotions that we are able to introduce here, and the games that basically use it and the application of it. I believe that's it for the first part. The second one is questions. I'll be happy to answer those. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. If it's not confidential, can you please tell us about the data set and how you've collected it?
Well, actually, some of the parts are confidential, but I may say that the data set that we're using is collected by ourselves, and it's using high quality scans of people and the emotional performance as well. I believe that's everything that I can tell you. Yeah, but this is enough to build a quite good, reliable animation on both train set obviously, and test set when we're referring to even other languages. Yeah?
Hello. My first question is this tool is possible to integrate somehow into engines, like for engine developers? And my second question is about 3D models, what you are using there, I mean, what formats you use and what formats this tool is supporting right now, because there are differences between them.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. Actually, it's possible to integrate that into your game engine, but remember that computing neural networks takes time, and it's GPU time. And I know that some game developers are optimizing their games so they would like decrease latency by 1 millisecond or so. So it's crucial to build like a real-time solution there. And if integrating neural networks directly in games this way, it would just take GPU time. The solution to this is using cloud services, and Audio2Face is actually offering one of those options, basically computing this all in the cloud and then transferring it direct animation to your PC without wasting time of your GPU. But yeah, this brings some limitations, like gets rid of some others, and this is just quite another approach. As for the formats that we use, it's the main format there is USD, which is a universal scene description introduced by Disney, I believe, and Omniverse is all about manipulating USDs, and it's easy to do this in Omniverse, so we use that as a primary one. As well, we allow our users to export this as a Maya cache, because this one probably is one of the most popular. And we have some connectors for other different game development studios like like Unreal Engine, like Maya as well, connected for Maya, so it's easy to transfer those into Maya. And you may even set up a character in Unreal Engine, for example, launch a connector between Audio2Face and Unreal Engine, and then animate your Unreal Engine character just in time when the Audio2Face app is running. So that's probably like the basic stuff about the formats, and as well integrating this is your custom engine is just tricky, but it can be done. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. My first question, do you have any plan to make a text-to-emotion? Because if we use AI-generated audio from the text, it makes some noises in your model. I believe you train on human-based audio. So first question is this. And the second about different languages, because expressions in different languages and different nations might be more different, like in Italian and so on. Do you work with them?
Yeah, this works. So as for I'll be answering from the end of the question. As for the different languages, we obviously know that animating Italian requires some tricks and tips. But that mostly covers the hand gestures, the neck gestures, and some others, while we focus on facial animation, right? And facial animation is based on the way that you configure your mouth. Basically, the sound comes out of your mouth after you've set the spatial shape of your throat, of your tongue, of your lips, and only after that the sound comes. So it basically language independent, however, it's not phoneme independent. If you got a rich set of phonemes in one language, for example, that's Chinese, that's Russian, that's French, German, and Spanish are not that phoneme-rich languages. So if you've got the richest language of them all, and you need to animate this language, obviously sometimes it may fail due to it doesn't know the phoneme, it doesn't know how the shape of your face, of your tongue needs to be animated. Yeah, that's for the end of the question. And for the first part, text to emotion, right? Obviously, it's animated using like the people speaking with emotions, and the text configuration may be really crucial here. For example, you may obviously use text-to-speech network to produce speech, and then put it into the audio-to-face app to produce animation. So you basically make like another step that accumulates error when transferring it to speech, for example. So text-to-face is evident. We would love to have this one, but unfortunately at this time we offer only the way to introduce it, like using another tool of NVIDIA, which is called Maxine, and Riva as well. Riva is a tool that allows you to make custom text-to-speech networks, and basically after that you've configured your audio based on the text, and then you put it into audio-to-face, and there is no way just by this moment to use it like seamlessly, like with a one feed forward way. Yeah, that's it for the text. But we would love to have one.
Will it work for emotion? Because AI generative must lack of emotion.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure that there are some solutions for emotion-rich TTS, but in theory it can work actually, just by the way we attach the layer of emotions, the hidden representation of emotions, to our audio encoded input. We may as well attach to text, but yeah, in theory it is possible, I believe. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Is it any chance to make it real time by using NPUs for maybe making virtual reality avatars?
That's actually one of the ultimate goals there. It would be great to have those, and by using NPUs, we may actually reach it. For example, sometimes I can like dream of there is no present solution here that would run your game on GPU and on the video card that is designed specifically to render graphics in games, and as well using some other technology, like even if it's introduced in your PC to animate the face of the game, it's tricky in some technical points. For example, transferring data from one GPU that is specific for rendering and to another that is specific to AI-based solution. Even if we incorporate this in one, for example, GPU with a shared memory, it is possible, but it will cost a lot. So probably not a lot of people will be able to afford it, and therefore there will be no use of this technology. So there are some limits right now, and probably we'll overcome those in the future. Like for past couple of years, we couldn't dream of the model that is as big as, for example, Llama running on our mobile phone, right? It was impossible, but you can launch a small large language model on your mobile phone. Well, this is one of the limitations with AI that we've beaten, and probably there will be another. So like your solution is a good way, and we would love to have one, but it's just limited by the whole state of the industry right now. Any more questions? All right. I believe that's it. Thank you for your attention.
do a little bit of a warm-up. Please raise hands who are professional developers. Oh, very nice. And raise hands who are indies. Okay, indies are fewer than professionals. That's good for today's talk because it's a bit of advanced level. But for indie developers, it also may be helpful because you may learn something that give you quite an advantage when you join the company. So today we are going to talk about the clean architecture, and it may seem a bit boring topic for advanced developers, but it's still important. Usually, there is a stuff like we all love game development. We all love it because it's fun. But on the way when we develop the game, some bad things happen, which gets in the way of the fun stuff. And today's talk is about how to keep it always fun and keep the boring stuff on the manageable level. Now, a little bit about myself. So I have 15 plus years of dev experience. Also, beside the game dev, I worked at the fintech area. And also, I've been a backend, front-end developers, and also done native apps development. Now, what are going to cover during this talk? First of all, important things to consider when starting a new game, and also where it's beneficial to cut the corners and where not. And also the easy way to keep architecture balanced and flexible so you can focus on the fun stuff and not struggle with boring things. Let's take a look at the game development lifecycle. I think you should be familiar with this timeline. First of all, the game starts with a prototype stage. So here we have no idea where to go. Also, we want to have fun experiments, fast iterations, and what I call cowboy development. It's when you don't care about processes and the boring stuff, as I said. That usually means that you skip all the best practices that developers usually talk about, like dependency injection, no interfaces, no branches in version control, and probably all the logic is in the mono behavior, which is bad. Don't do that. The next stage, what we call pivot, is usually when the project changes the direction slightly or completely. And at that stage, not all code is thrown away, and you usually write the new bad code because who cares? Probably it will be thrown away again on the next stage. But on the pivot 2, the same happens again. And eventually you reach an alpha stage where you have a plan, you have foundation for mechanics, you have an idea of the game, and you need to find numbers. But you notice that something is not right already because you do bad stuff, you skipped all the best practices, and something is not right. And you promise to fix it later. Now, the soft launch. The soft launch is usually like almost feature-complete prototype where you want to test your game and get the real metrics on users. And if you eventually reach that stage, you have bare minimum of the features, but everything is fragile. And feature adjustments take too long because you already have problems with your code. But the problem is that the next stage is the release. And at the release stage, business wants a feature-complete game. And the gap between previous stage and the next stage is huge, is really huge, not only in the feature volume that you want to develop, but also in the quality. You can't release the game in the worldwide having a lot of bugs or probably, I don't know, the bad code which is not scalable because the next stage is live ops and evolvement, new ideas, etc. So if the game shows good metrics, you need to iterate fastly, but if the game shows bad metrics, you will fall back to the prototype stage and probably will have less time to do another prototype. So either way you go, you have problem. You can't iterate fast. So also, you're supposed to throw away the code. that was written on previous stages. But management usually doesn't agree that because, for example, if on the soft launch stages there are good numbers, they want to do a full featured release. So you agree on some compromise. You agree on cleaning up the most problematic places, but that can change the situation drastically. So at the stage of the release, you have fragile code, you struggle to meet deadlines. This usually means a lot of crunch for the team. So anyways, it's a problem. So if you continue in that stage, probably the project may struggle to show good metrics in the future and may be closed, or it will fall back to the first stage. And you start over. But you don't start over from the scratch again. You usually reuse the code that was built on the previous iteration, on the previous game, and you have the same code, same problems, and that's a really bad state for everybody. Now, let's take a look at the higher perspective. Usually, the developers say that, okay, we have problems, we need time, let's do that. And we usually encounter pushback from the management side, et cetera, et cetera. But today, I want to show that for management, for the higher level of the company, it's it's really important too. So, first negative effect of the stuff that we looked before is the demotivated team. This usually means the procrastination, burnout, people leaving the company, and the hiring is expensive. Next, the slow development. If you have a bad code, you have unpredictable development speed, you have unmet deadlines, increased development cost, and eventually a lot of crunches. Let's take a look at the typical management mistakes that lead to this situation. First of all, it's no technical supervision at the start. So usually managers think, okay, if we do a prototype, we need to get fast results. This means that we need to code dirty quickly, don't care about anything. So we just throw probably an unskilled team for that because we throw away code later. That is stressed, remember that. And also pushes the team always to cut the corners and completely ignoring the technical tasks. But the developers are also making mistakes. They are ignoring like everything. The best practices, the architecture at all, or even the hygiene minimum, at least interfaces or something like that. Now, how to fix everything without making a pact with the devil? First of all, we need to change the mindset. There is no throwaway code at all. Nobody's going to give you time to throw away everything and rewrite it from scratch. If that happens, this means that the project should be stopped for some time, and that's really hard to, bargain with the business. The next point is that good architecture is a net speed up. It's a speed up. It's not slow down. So if you invest some time in the architecture at the start, it will give you a boost. And the last point that the technical tasks matter, and that should be the point for the management. So if you are starting the project, first of all, you need to have a technical supervision from the prototype phase. That means that even the prototype should have a strong technical leader that will observe what is happening and also has a clear architecture vision for the future. So, like how to shape the project at the start, so in the future it will be in the good state. Next 2 points is also for the management, for the processes. So probably to fulfill the previous requirement, you need to have a fixed buffer in sprints for technical tasks, and also the technical team should be the owner of that buffer. So they decide when it's needed and when it's not. And this also means that the technical team can skip this buffer if everything is right. Now, if you already have a running project, you are not doomed anyways. First of all, you need to stop and think and discuss what is happening now. You need to discuss what architecture do you want, what problems to mitigate. And once you are done with that, and agree on a direction, you need to stop generating a new technical debt. Otherwise, this task of fighting the technical debt will be infinite. So, if you start generating new technical debt, usually that means that you have a code review where you block the bad changes and continue to produce a good code. But the bad code needs to be eliminated eventually, so you form a backlog. You allocate a fixed time per sprint, as I said before, where you work on that tasks. But there is another level which you can address this as a company. You can form an architecture committee which shares the knowledge and defines the coding standards for the company, like architecture, stack, tools, etc. And also you form a team and department that works on the company-wide architectural solutions where speed up an entire company, which is also important. If you produce tools that is helpful for everybody, the speed up is like times more beneficial than it can be done by the single team. Now, a bit of boring stuff, or we may say technical. First of all, the clean architecture, the overview. So, my question is, who ever heard about the clean architecture by the Bob Martin? Please raise hands. Okay, quite a lot for what I expected, but at least I would say 10% or so. Well, the clean architecture is well known outside of the game development. It's a de facto standard for the native development, like mobile apps, web, etc. But for some reason in the game development, it's not known. 5 out of 5 people I interviewed before for the last 3 months have never heard about that. Clean architecture was introduced by the Bob Martin, a very famous figure in the development world, back in 2012 by the compilation of the different architectural styles. The picture may look old and quite complex, but it has a really simple idea behind that. So, here are the points of the architecture. First of all, the app is split for specific layers. The inner layers doesn't know anything about outer ones, and the last important point is that there should be a single source of truth plus unidirectional data flow. We'll cover that a bit later. Here we have a more simpler picture from the Android architecture guide, which is, I would say, based on the previous concept. We have 3 layers. It's UI layer, domain layer, which also we call the business logic, and the data layer. And if we project that on the well-known architecture patterns as MVP, MVVM, in the UI layer there is a view, presenter, whatever you call, then goes the model where the business logic is placed, and also the data transfer objects on the data layer. Data transfer objects are usually used for sending the data to the backend, for example, or sending the data into the database or player prefs, for example, whatever is the persistent storage. So, in regards of the unidirectional data flow, this is the important concept which all of the patterns should follow. I mean, MVX patterns, where the data starts from the user input, from the UI layer, then goes down to other layers where it is saved to the persistent storage and goes back to the user and displayed in the interface. Here you see that is in one direction. So in that way, it's really easy to debug it and understand where something goes wrong. Now, let's take a look at the benefits of the architecture. The first and the main point of having an architecture is the loose coupling. This is the point not only of the clean architecture, but the solid principles as well, and all of the rest comes out of it. So if you have a loose coupling, you can easily swap any implementation of the entire layer or specific part. You can delete it, replace it, whatever you want to do with that. You have a clear separation of concerns, so you know where to put what code. For example, if you have a visual stuff, you put it on the view layer. If you have like a business logic, you know where to put it, etc. And also the last point is maintainability and testability. Since you have a clear separation of layers, you can swap layers for mocking data, which gives you opportunity to test things in isolation by unit tests or by another type of test like integrations, whatever. Sure, it has downsides. First of all, it's a learning curve if you never heard about that. You need to understand how to work with that architecture. What is the point behind that? You need to share the common ground with the team, because since the clean architecture is described with a schema, it can be, you know, projected differently on the project. Every different project has its own adaptation, its own rules, etc., etc. Also, it has. It may seem that there are a lot of empty abstractions at first, so you may think that it's boilerplate code, but trust me, it pays off a lot on the later stages of the development. And also, there is a kind of a little overhead to keep it up, the architecture itself. Now, these points are the most important in presentation. They just give you the understanding that there is a bare minimum that you can do on every project, even on the prototype, that can save you hours of development later. So I call it that the pragmatic clean architecture. First of all, if you have MVX pattern on the project plus some dependency injection, you're already halfway there. This gives you a good structure, the good standardization of the application itself, and a good ground to you know, adapt it on the later stage of the development. But if you add there a clean public API between layers, meaning that interfaces, you're already in a good state. Because if, for example, you are starting development of the prototype and you don't want a real good, clean implementation, for example, I don't know, of an inventory, you can do that like by saving the inventory in player prefs, which is nobody in a sane in a sane state will do. But for prototype, that's okay. But that ignores the solid principle, etc., etc. Here you can go criminal, because the dirty implementation is covered by the clean public API. In any stage of development, you can like throw it away, rewrite, change, adapt, etc., etc., without affecting the rest of the code. Now, let's take a look at the directory structure that follows the clean architecture. Here we have the feature folders in the game, and each folder has separation by layers. And this gives a lot of flexibility on any stage of the development. For example, if you are doing a prototype and on the first iteration there are heroes, on the next iteration, game designers decided to remove the heroes. You just delete the entire directory, and the rest of the code remains unchanged due to loose coupling, and that's it. Single click, and you're already ready to develop new feature. Or if, for example, game designers decided that the entire UI should be rewritten, you just delete the presentation folder, rest remains the same, and you swap up the UI stuff. Now, let's take a look at the example of rapid development of the feature following that pattern. And if we roll back to the first slide where we start prototype and when we ignore all of the principles, hygiene minimum, etc., etc., the first was ignoring interfaces. Well, here I demonstrate that just by adding two interfaces, you have a really good ground for the feature. For example, imagine that you need to add an inventory to your game. First of all, I would say that you need to define a clean interface. Here we have iInventory, which has 3 methods to manipulate items. And also the second interface, which hides the inventory item itself, the concrete implementation. And by defining just these two interfaces, we have really scalable architecture. Why? Well, because first of all, you can have infinite type of items in inventory. Here we have concrete implementation like armor item, weapon item, etc. And for example, if on the new iteration we decide that the armor item is not needed anymore, we just delete the class, and since everything is loosely coupled and covered by the interface, the implementation of inventory stays the same. Also, if you start up the prototype, you don't want, as I said before, to keep that, for example, on the backend. So you do a quick dirt implementation that stores the inventory in the player prefs. But later, when, for example, we confirm that inventory is needed by the game, we just swap it up with a real implementation which says that to the database or on the backend. You just replace the implementation in the dependency injection, and that's it. The game works. And all that took just to have this flexible architecture, just defining two interfaces. That's it. That means that on the prototype stage, you can have a good ground for architecture just by having a clean interfaces. Now, let's take a look at the example layers from the zombie state. It's our game. Let's start from the business logic layer. Here we have, again, some inventory, we call it rules, like business rules, which manipulates inventory items. Also, we have the game config and server API to communicate with the server. But strange thing, we also have the model. Why that? This part is shared with the backend, which means this is a shared business rules. And in enterprise, it's a well-known stuff where you have, for example, compiled DLL, which is shared between different applications. In our case, it's a backend and the client, and they manipulate the same code. And the inventory model, for example, here is the application level stuff, the client application. And its responsibility is to call the business rules, manipulate the data, and then notify the server that something happened, so the server can repeat the same on its end. This gives us opportunity to check that there is no cheating, etc., like validate that everything goes right. But the point is that if you start the game, you probably don't want like the prototype. You don't want a backend. You want to start iterating quickly. So in our company, we start by doing an offline prototype, and later we at the backend. And having the clean architecture gives us opportunity to do that on the fly, meaning that when we develop this part, we just put their offline implementations, like emulating the server, which stores the data as a JSON on the device. And later, when we roll up the backend, we just swap up offline server with the online one, which works via the REST API, and everything works without changing the rest of the code. Also, we can just do different builds, for example, offline, online build by just hitting the tick on the CI/CD, and, for example, providing offline build for all of our friends so they can test it any way they want, and for the rest of the world, it should be online implementation. Now, this architecture also gives other important opportunities. For example, when we develop a feature, we can start by first developing UI or developing the code. But in our company, we use MVVM pattern, which gives us opportunity to delegate UI layouting to the non-programmers, like layout person, let's say. So when we develop a feature, we may say, for example, that we define the clean interfaces, then we do, instead of keeping it on the backend, we just do a quick fill the feature with the mock-up data, like predefined states of the data, and then give it back to the UI person so they can start their work with the mocked-up data, so they can bind the interface, show all of the states of the prefabs, etc., etc. This gives opportunity to parallel the work for two tracks. First is working on the UI, the second is for working with the code. So while the UI person working on the UI, we continue implementing the real logic. So, for example, working with the backend, etc., etc. And when it's done, we just swap up the mocked-up implementation again via the DI with the real one, and everything works. The rest of the code stays unchanged. Now, what about the gameplay? The same concept can be projected to the ECS as well. In ECS, the data is the components. That is obvious. But in case of the business logic, it becomes interesting. For example, here we have a health component, which describes, for example, the health bar for the player. Also, we have the damage system, which manipulates the damage in the game and applies some modifications, for example, to the health of the player. And also, we have a different health bar system, which draws the health bar itself and, well, updates the Unity UI itself. So, why it is important to separate these systems out of these? First of all, the domain layer, the business logic layer, can be extracted and shared on the backend as well. It's really easy to get the ECS implementation work on the C# server, for example. So if you compile the ECS game logic in the DLL and share it to the backend, you can play it without Unity at all. And if you have separated UI systems, they just observe what is happening in the game simulation. For example, if damage system applied the -5 hit points to the health bar system just observes that event and decreases the progress bar level. But if, for example, we decide to remove that from the interface but still keep it in mind, we just can disable this system, and on the backend and on the client, the logic continues to function as it was before, just without updating the UI. So as you see, the flexibility of the clean architecture applies in gameplay as well if you separate out the layers again. But in ECS, it is done a bit differently by communicating instead of interfaces using the data itself, the components. And also, it is important to separate the Unity layer again because, for example, you may want to do a headless simulation. For example, I don't know, start some kind of bot which plays your game and gets some balance statistics out of your game. Let's take a look at some numbers that affected that are the result of employing the clean architecture. Before employing the clean architecture, we saw following ratio of game development, of feature development, sorry. First of all, we develop business logic, then UI, then QA. They are pretty equal in size, meaning, for example, we do 1 day business logic, 1 day UI, 1 QA. And at that stage, we had problems in estimating the feature. For example, we could not tell that business logic implementation of this concrete feature may take from 2 to 5 days or even more, etc., etc. Like, it was a lot of room to speculate. But after employing the clean architecture, we saw that the business logic and QA stage cut in half. Why? Well, I wouldn't say that we see the direct benefits, but this is a result of having a standardized code base. Like, developers know where to put code, developers know how to read it, like how to scale it, and all of these answers are answered by the architecture itself. So as a result, we see that the business logic is easy to implement, easy to refactor because everything is loose coupled, so we produce less bugs and we have a less technical debt, meaning that the QA stage is also shrunk in 2 because we produce less bugs. Also, that uncovered, as I said before, the different options to develop features. For example, as I covered that before, we can do that in parallel with the UI person, but also we can split the business logic track up for 2 developers, where they first agree on the interfaces stage. So here we define the interfaces of the that should be later implemented, then start parallel development, the Mary stage where you connect all the pieces together and create, etc., etc. To the practical benefits. Again, it's a unified feature architecture. Also, we see that estimates became quite precise. We can tell, for example, that we usually do new business feature for 2 to 3 days, like the logic only. It's much easier refactoring and flexibility in developing the project. You can do it sequentially, like first UI, then logic, etc., or go parallel. And also, we see that there is little to no technical debt, which is also a result of clear standards of development. Now to the conclusion. First of all, everybody should accept the fact that there is no throwaway code. That is a result of the business thinking. You shouldn't throw away something that you spend time for. Also, clean architecture is easy to follow, just 3 points, MVI plus DI, clean interfaces, and dirty implementation behind that interfaces. The next point is for the management. You need to convince the product team to respect technical tasks, and it can be done by providing the balanced decision as a technical team. For example, you can't say, so let's stop development for 2 months to clean it up. You need to have an iterative plan to fight the technical debt. And once you reach the point where everything is right, enjoy the results. Thank you. So now we have Q&A, I think. Yes, sure. Question here.
Okay, hello, thank you for the talk. So for context, I am a gameplay programmer using Unreal Engine mostly. And I believe at some point in your slides, you mentioned like having a vision of architecture at the start of the project.
Yes.
Something like this. So for me, the problem is that I usually encounter like every single project is usually pretty much different, completely different from the previous ones. And for me, it's quite hard to like get this vision without well starting to implement it and changing it midway. So like is it an experience thing, or is there some process of developing said architectural vision without like sitting for months and writing it and thinking about it?
Yeah, thank you for a good question. Yeah, that's true that each project is different, but each project has inventory, right? Or the basic system that stays the same. That means, first of all, that you can reuse some stuff from the previous project, and I believe that you can agree with that, right? Next, if we take a look back at the clean architecture, there is nothing about the features, it's layers. And you can keep that vision, like for example, as your technical lead, starting the prototype, you say to the team, okay, we use MVP, or we use MVVM, and separate the code like that. That is a technical vision. And there is no such feature that cannot be laid in these layers. That's it. So you just keep eye on the clean interfaces, layers, and every feature can be changed easily later. For example, I don't know, if you reuse inventory from one project to another, you can copy that, clean the interface, remove the rest of the stuff which is not connected to it, and that's it, start development. So you cannot see the entire architecture of the future, but you can have like a good basement for that. And the good basement are layers, that's it.
So it's like not about the content of the layers, but like the general approach.
Yes, so I duplicate that for the recording. It's not the concept of the, what you said? Not the contents, yes, but the concept of separating that content in the right way, yes. Other questions? Yes, please, here.
Hello, thank you for the talk. My question is, I remember some time ago there was a debate between Bob Martin, some YouTuber, and that YouTuber showed that in some cases the clean code bad practices, not a clean architecture, clean code, the other book, and maybe also clean architecture, sometimes sacrifices the performance, the speed. And yeah, there was a long debate, and there was not a conclusion there. And my question is, do you face that kind of cases where you need to sacrifice performance to benefit the architecture, or vice versa? And are that type of cases frequent thing in game development?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Really good question. So the point is that there is some trade-off when you use a lot of architecture abstractions. They may be an overhead, right? Where the application becomes slower. But let's face it. For example, in the meta game where we have UI interfaces, which are the slowest part? If you profile the code, what is the slowest part? Can you tell? In your project, for example?
I think the business logic.
No. In our case, it's usually some rendering, like of the UI rendering, or I don't know, some non-business logic stuff. Because business logic stuff happens when you do something, like tap on the button, etc., etc. So this means then that probably you can see some overhead of that, but it does not affect the application a lot. But yes, we did have such cases. For example, for MVVM, we before used the RX, uni-RX pattern, if you are familiar with that. No? It's some reactive pattern for the apps that gives you opportunity to react on the changes in the data. And this is de facto standard in the native apps, and it generated a lot of allocations on every change of the interface. And this is not really great for game development, but fine for probably the native apps. So we had to change that specific part for different stuff. Instead of reactive paradigm, we used polling model of the logic, which in our case gives a lot more performance, let's say. So yes, you need to find the way to balance the architecture with performance. Yes, and the balance is the key word here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Any more? Hi again.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the concept of unidirectional data flow. Where can I read more about it?
For example, it's in native world, it's called Flux, F-L-U-X, for example, or any of the patterns like MVVM follow that concept. I think that if you type the unidirectional MVVM flow, you will find more information about that in Google. But I can describe it briefly. For example, if what pattern is more convenient for you, MVP or
MVVM, I think.
MVVM. So if you tap some button in UI in Unity, there is a callback, right? Callback goes next to the model, right? Model applies some changes in the data. Then it notifies via the some events the rest of the stuff and follows back to the view, right? So there is a the flow where it comes first to the business logic, then business logic notifies back the view layer. That is cut in the loop where every time user stops something, this results in action, and then to the notification of the event back to the UI. And never back. There is no situation where view directly changes the data. The data is changed only in one direction, via the view model or presenter or, I don't know, interactor, sorry, not presenter, the model, and never back. So also view never observe the interfere with this flow. Like this pattern breaks when you change a lot of things in different places. For example, if you change the model not only through the view, but also from the service or something like that, it should flow to the single entry point and come out as a single event. That's it. Probably if you read more, it will be more clear. But MVVM pattern totally follows that concept.
Okay, then quick follow-up. So is it okay if we're like triggering a request from the view and then we wait for the service callback and then it updates our data? Is it still within that paradigm?
Well, if the service calls, what, sorry?
Like if we trigger a request from our view, it gets sent to the service, the server, whatever.
No, view cannot trigger the request. View can call the view model, which calls the model, which can trigger the request. That's it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Any more? Here we have a question.
Yeah, I have a question not about clean architecture at all, but at first part of your presentation, you told about technical debt.
Yep.
Yes. And personally, I am from fintech.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm interesting, you said you need to take some part from your work time on technical debt.
Yes.
Yes. And what about to handle technical debt as a single task in Unite backlog or something like that? Because it's often that you not generate technical debt, but it appears naturally, some technology updates, some vulnerabilities, some changed business requirements that make your code not.
Yeah, understand. So the point is that technical debt is an ongoing task, right?
Yes, it's a normal task. Example, you have feature tasks, and then next is tech debt task.
Yeah, that's a good approach, but the idea is to have allocated time that is managed by the technical team, because in most of the cases, the technical team tries to sell technical debt tasks to the management. That's not right, because they cannot understand the impact of the technical tasks. So the technical team should decide itself how to spend this time. In our case, we allocated like 20% of the entire team's time for technical tasks, and they decide when it's needed. In terms of the task management system like Jira, you can have an epic where all the technical debt tasks are kept, and you plan it on each sprint in advance. That's the right process.
For example, us, we talk with management and sell our tasks for it.
Why?
No, we think that every task have a business value. We work not for technique, yes, we work for business.
Yes.
And every task, technical debt, etc., have some business value, some money impact.
Yes, but do your management team trust the developers or not?
They trust, but
but why do they approve then? You can just put the task and say, okay, I need this. That's it.
Because of priorities. For example, at some time we need to focus all developers on business tasks.
That's right.
And they will become more priority, and we can't do technical debt.
But this can lead to the situation where the technical tasks are always put off, right?
Yes, but if management trusts developers and developers trust management and at honest communication, it seems like we can have honest priority.
Yes, but the selling should be vice versa, where the business team sells the priority to the developers' allocated time. Why not? Try that.
All right, yes.
Yeah, both examples are healthy. I mean, when you have an honest conversation with the management and they carefully listen to the priority that you highlight or the risks, that's okay. But the selling can be vice versa. That's it. The point is that you have the time as a technical team, which is yours, and you decide that you can skip it due to the business priorities. Your decision.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, the question?
So I just wanted to ask about the other extreme of clean architecture, the over-engineering and like super small size decoupling and all that stuff. So it is possible sometimes, and I just wanted to ask, how can you avoid having that like super small level of decoupling and over-engineering, which sometimes happens, and just to make a small change, you need to go into hierarchy and all the add it everywhere and stuff like that. Just wanted to ask, how can you avoid that?
How to decide that? Yeah, that's a good question. So here we comes again about the balance and the experience.
Yeah, especially in the teams with not a huge experience doing clean architecture.
With no what experience, sorry?
With not a huge experience doing clean architecture.
Well, I would say that you, as I said before, the three concepts here. You just need to have the clean interfaces. That's the only stuff that you need to do. For example, on the high level of the MVP pattern or MVVM, you define the interfaces between the layer. Rest of the stuff can be split up later. For example, that is the most important part, and the rest can be like dirty. For example, you can have a God class under the clean interface. And when you feel that it requires decomposition, you do that later. But if when you have an interface, it's much easier to do. So don't skip interfaces between layers. The rest can be skipped.
So do the decomposition and like separate the stuff when needed.
Yes. But don't skip the.
So again, you just need a balance between like planning everything and doing everything when needed.
Yes, but this part, splitting for 3 layers, is the most important. Under them, there can be the dirty code, the God classes, etc. when you cut up later.
So we're back to the beginning, huh?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more? I think that's it. No? Sure? No? Okay, thank you. Check, check. Yeah. I think we have 1 more minute and we will start. Yep. Mhm. Okay, I think you can start. I hope that everyone else will come to us. I want to start with introducing myself. My name is Alexey Korotkih. I'm Environment Department Lead in Entangled Studio, and also I'm responsible for part of a TechArt team. And today, so we will talk about some ready codev solutions that we did with our TechArt team. I want to start with a couple of words about our studio. Our studio was founded by wonderful people who have been working in the industry for many years, and our headquarters are located in Yerevan, and now our team numbers more than 250 people here and globally. As an outsourced studio, we are providing top quality game development services and collaborate with with partners such as Blizzard, Activision, Fenchurch, Crytek, and other great studios. In our portfolio, there are many projects like Call of Duty, Hunt, Warhammer, Diablo, and more and other projects. And also, we provide a different stack of services starting from concept art to quality assurance. But today, we will talk more about technical art. If we talk about technical art, actually, there are a lot of different meaning for this word, let's say. And sometimes technical art helps to optimize some assets. Sometimes they help in with prototyping. Sometimes they make some tools. But today we will focus on part of team who is responsible for supporting art team of artists. So mission for this part of team is ensuring the art team's resilience while scaling up and meeting the unique requirements of the project. But let's translate it a bit to more understandable technical language. First of all, we all know that in our game dev industry, most people are artists. Yeah, and for sure we want to make better games, we want to make better quality, and it's kind of complicated when we have a lot of routine work that will affect our creativity, will affect our, I don't know, our power. And that's why our first goal for this team is to minimize some routine tasks and possible mistakes that artists can make. So more art for artists. And second goal, also, it's more about more for outsourced studios where we have a lot of projects, a lot of teams, and in different period of time we need to have more artists on the same project, or sometimes we need to switch it, or we need to focus on another project. That's why we need to be flexible. And all these processes affected with risks, and also part of our goal is minimizing these risks. Yeah, with our team for the last 1.5 years, we made 20 tools that helps us to optimize our processes. And let's start from the beginning, actually. Because when we're talking about game dev and pipelines there, we all understand that we can, so different projects, different studios have different pipelines, different requirements. And it's impossible to make something universal for everyone. That's why we started to think what areas can be optimized, where we can make some solutions that will be useful for our site or for partners, and it will help us to concentrate more on art part and less on some technical issues. For example, we can say about some shared access for tools on the project. We can talk also about some feedback system, file sharing, and etc., etc. And also, when we're talking about some tools that should be used on projects, we need to remember that we have requirements. Some requirements actually are pretty obvious, like security. Yeah, we all know that in game dev, we have a lot of protected information that should be saved, and we don't want to lose anything. Also, we need to think about some general stuff like modularity of our tools. But when we also started to discuss what we want from these solutions on our site, we also mentioned a few requirements that kind of specific. Yeah. For example, synchronization. For us, it means that if something will be changed on the project or in pipeline, it should be updated on each computer for each artist, for each employee in studio in a minute, let's say it this way. Or also, if we're talking about some tools that will be used by artists or managers, it also should be easy for setup or use. Again, because we need to know different software, and if we will put something new to artists and say, let's learn this way, let's spend a week for it, it will be not so good, because yeah, they will delay it for a while, and it means that we will lose some time for onboarding. That's why it should be easy for use, and you can see another requirements that can be useful also. And with these requirements, we started to search what we can use, what solutions do we have, some ready solutions that we have in our industry or somewhere. And here we faced two main problems. First one, that most solutions that we have are difficult to adapt for game dev, or to the game dev industry. Yeah, because we have kind of specific processes, kind of specific requirements and problems, and it's not so simple. And second one, for sure, it's pretty expensive. And sometimes it's not even better to use it because it don't optimize anything. That's why we decided to choose another path. We just thought about, okay, we have team of T-Card, they are great, let's try to do something on our site. And let's go to the exact tools. I will not mention about any tools that we have. Yeah, as I said before, we have a lot of tools, but today we will concentrate on most interesting, I hope for you, that can be used also in your studios or in your pipelines. And we will start with extensions library. Extensions library. What is it? So extensions library actually was the first tool that we created in this in our infrastructure toolkit tool set infrastructure. And in the beginning there was a problem. I think you faced it in your studios maybe, when we have a lot of users. Each user has their own scripts, their own, I don't know, some tools that can optimize some work, and they just upload it to disk storage on studio server without any rules, without any naming convention, and as a result we have on the picture. It's absolute house that will grow over time, and even if we will clean everything in a week, it will be again like in some mess. That's why we decided, okay, we don't want to work in this way anymore. That's why we made some
requirements for tools that we want to have. First of all, we want to have visual presentation of available scripts and tools. It means that, yeah, each person in studio, even a new one, can go to somewhere and see what we have and how he or she can optimize pipeline. Second one, for sure, we need to have some search functionality and filtering it. That's pretty simple. Third one, it's pretty important because, as I said before, if it will complicate it, nobody will use it. So we want to install all these scripts easily. Also, we want to have possibility to update our library as fast as we can. And there's the last one, pretty good bonus. We want to have also statistic, what scripts are used, so how many times it was used and something like that, that can help to manage what is more efficient. And how it works now. Actually not so complicated. For sure, I'm not talking about some code part of it. I'm talking about the IDEA pipelines for users. We have a database, simple database with a lot of metadata about scripts, about routers, about some licenses and other stuff. And we have application with user interface that has possibility to work with this database. And in this application, we can see all our library. We can filter it. We can search some new stuff. We can open documentation for each script or tool. And as I said before, we have possibility to install it right from this window just by one button. So you see something, you can install it easily, or team lead can also say, just install it and use it. It will help you to optimize your work and don't lose a lot of time for that. And yeah, if you click it, it will be installed directly to the software that you're using. That's how it works for users. But also there is a part for tech art team. And it's also important, yeah, because if some artist just asks to, oh, I have some issue with the script, can you update it with fixes? And yeah, for example, we fix the script and it can be easily updated in the database with any application that you prefer. But most important part there is that you will be notified by this application, and you will see this like update button. Just click it and it will be updated. So no any other actions. And as a result, now we have tool that is available for each person in our studio, or even sometimes we share it with our partners, and we have filters for some exact project, and then they also can update something on their site and don't text us like, guys, you need to update everything just to be on the same page. No, you will see it, and because we have some statistics here, you also can see who already updated it or not, and you don't need to ask everyone in Huge Studio about it. Yeah. Let's go next. Second tool that I want to mention is resource library, and actually there is a same problem with this one because again, we can see we have in studio a lot of resources that can be made by users, like textures, brushes, materials, everything else. And if they will put it to the server without any rules, without any naming convention, it will be a mess again. And but we want to have some interface where you can see what we have, how you can use it, and something like that. In this way, we also prepared some requirements that are pretty the same pretty the same visual representation, search and filter capabilities, but most important part here is ability for all users to add new resources. because in previous situation we saw only how TechArt can update it. But here, because it's resources, they can be made by artists. And as fast artists can share it with some team members or with partners or with someone, then more resources we will save because this resource already fixed some issue. Yeah. And again, how it works. The same way, we have database, we have interface where we can search, we can install or download something, we can see what we have. But yeah, most important part here is edit mode, where we can add something new. So user can actually open this window, and as you see on the slide, there is a graphic interface, no code stuff or something like that. You can upload previews files, you can set category tags for easier searching and everything, and just click button save, and at the same time it will be represented for all users, for all artists in the same studio. And again, you can share it with internal team, you can share it with partners, you can set tags for projects, and if something will be updated, you will see it. Yeah. Third tool. Third tool, actually, I think one of the most complicated and complex one that we have for now. It's internally we call it Squid Validator. Yeah, and if you're talking about validators, it's not some invention. Yeah, most big studios or projects have their own validator. So validator actually it's a program that helps you to automatically find some typical errors or issues, and gives you a list so that something wrong with your asset. But again, we don't want to find some simple solution. We want to find best solutions. That's why we decided that yeah, this workflow, how it works in general, but we decided that we have to build our own solution because we are a outsourced studio, and we are working a lot with different projects, with different pipelines. And I remember when we started this to work with some projects, we made some, I can't say even validator, it was some scripts that help us to find some issues. But then we started to work with second project, and after that, we started to recreate these scripts to feed the new pipeline. And on the third project, we decided, okay, it's not how it should work. Let's try to find some solutions that give us possibility to make it more flexible, to adapt it for different projects, for different pipelines. Yeah, and that's why we when we thought about functionality, we decided that we want to have some regular functions, yeah, like one button checks when you just can click a button and get a list of errors. Also, we want to have possibility to add some new checks for assets or for project. We want to have export, but two most important part here is first one, we want to fix some typical issues automatically when it's possible. Just don't waste our time to fix that. And second one, we also want to synchronize every changes in our validator. It's also important because if you will change something in your pipeline and it will be not spread to all the person, you will still have these issues. But when we're talking about team of 100 people, for example, it's just a huge amount of errors and issues. Yeah. If we're talking about architecture of this validator, I will not tell about every model here. I will tell you about some most important one. If you want, we will discuss it later, but let's start with most important. First one is checks. So checks, actually it's class where we keep functionality of rules that we applied for asset. And here we can have some attributes that will be set by users. And also here we keep some functionality for after fixing it. And as you can see on the slide, we can select a list of errors that will be applied to asset. Second model is entity template. By entity, we mean everything that can be in your asset. It can be render mesh, it can be proxy mesh, it can be collision, group, or something like that. Doesn't matter. And here we have some rules, and when we set it, we can automatically identify what type of entity we have here. So you don't need to select manually each object in your scene and set that this is load, this is collision. No, it will be automatically identified. And third model is a model that combines everything together, is preset editor, and here we can select our entities and what checks should be applied to it. And also for different projects you can set different entities, different checks for different stages. Also you can do it. You can set different hierarchies and everything else that absolutely flexible for for most part of pipelines in our industry actually. Also you can add new checks if you needed, some specific checks if also needed. And as a result, we have possibility to just select everything that we will automatically identify it, click validate, and get a list of errors or some past stuff, and fix it automatically when it's possible and manually when it's needed. But still, imagine if we have a building with hundreds of models, it's impossible to work with each asset and recheck it every time. That's why, for example, we try to calculate some statistic here. It's simple statistic, that we have because, as I said before, we have statistic model for each tool, and it's simple JSON. It can be represented by any interface that you want. And here you can see that we, for some period of time, I don't remember exactly, that we find 10,000 errors. And imagine if everything will be find it manually, it's impossible. And with this calculation, we made some average, we tried to find some average numbers, how much we saved in a month, for example. And with this amount of team members, we can save, so for example, 20 days. For sure, it depends of pipelines, of team size, and etc. But still, we can see how it helps to keep resources. Actually, there is a lot of tools that can be also discussed, but I want to finish with one last. It's pretty simple tool, feedback tool. There is nothing special here because it's a form where you can type some text, where you can make some idea, type some text, some ideas. But most important part here is that is connected with all our databases. You don't need to select everything manually. Everything will be selected automatically. Also, all your requests will be you will see it in real time, and TechR team will just get it and fix it when it's possible, or make a new tool for your requests. And actually, it helps us for. So it helps us every day just because it's transparent for everyone. So I want to finish with some conclusions. Yeah, because as I said before, we try to use these tools not only internally, we also use it with our partners because we all understand that game development is complicated industry, and we want to make some best game experience for players, but sometimes we don't have because we have all these technical issues. But with these tools, we save huge amount of time, so partners don't need to waste time like saying us, oh, we find this mistake again, just fix it. No, all of this stuff can be found automatically. And we on our side and partners in their side can concentrate on more important stuff like quality, like gameplay and some development, and other development issues. So that's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you have questions, I will be happy to answer. No questions.
Which program with soft can check like Blender, Maya, Max?
If you're talking about, you mean first tool, yeah? Yeah, right now it works with all like main software like Maya, Blender, 3D Studio Max, ZBrush, yeah, ZBrush. But again, because it's our internal tool, it's not too complicated to add something new. For example, Substance Painter, if it's needed, or Substance Designer, or everything else. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep, yep.
So I wanted to know what professionals work on such kind of tools, and which kind of knowledge is needed in your team to create such.
Yeah, so in our studio, TechArt team was responsible for all these tools, but this TechArt team is more, so they know about free pipelines for free artists, yeah, for sure, but also they know a pretty big amount of, so they have knowledge of programming, yeah, how to build architecture for applications, how to make some bridges between programs, for example. What else? They also responsible for scripts. For example, they need to know Python. They need to know C++. So yeah, it's more kind of programmers, but with graphic specific stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Maybe a couple more words about how you handle animations. Thank you.
Yeah, so talking about animations, if we're talking about, let's try to go through each tool. For animations, actually, if you're talking about validator, as I said before, we can set some checks for animation. For example, yeah, we can, I don't know what it can be. For example, if we need to have some amount of case like in limits, yeah, and we can set, okay, if we will see that we will achieve some limit of keyframes, we need to say to user that, yeah, we have error or some issues here. Also, what it can be with some rigging or naming in rigging, for example. Also, if we will name it something wrongly, we can also say that I can identify what it is. It means that there is something wrong with naming, if we're talking about this kind of tool. If you're talking about resource library, as I can imagine that we also can add here some typical animations, for example. Yeah, like we have some walk or run animation that we can use everywhere. And for example, for another iteration, or for new team members, they can just go here and see that, oh, we have already some good animation. I can check how it was done. And in this way, they will see how it was made and find it with this solution. If we're talking about extensions library, again, any scripts, any tools that is applicable for some software can be added here. I don't know, also After X, for example, you made After X, you can not send it just from computer to computer, you can add it here and it will be installed by one button on each computer. So yeah. Yeah, I guess no questions anymore? No, okay.
Is validator available for Maya and Max?
I can say a bit more words about validator, yeah, because it's more technical stuff, but still, we have three parts of validator, like a core, where we have all classes with some abstract logic, yeah, and this core can be used in any software, just because it's just a code.
It's like a standalone tool, or it's a plugin or add-on?
It's a bit in the information, but let's say, so it can be a script and it can be as application. Yeah, and yeah, so as application can be applied. So yeah, there is a core, there's interface model, and there is a functional model that is applied to each software because each software has different functionality.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you one more time for your attention and have a nice evening. Goodbye.